Okay, here we go, here we go. I've been looking forward to this. So, I thought you needed to like clear a new game plus save and then load that. But no, you just go straight into the new game and start a new file. Which is different. So, already I like the implication that Trial Tower is hard in advanced mode, and honestly, I fully expect it. So the goal I'm going to have for my first run through this is to... I'm going to shut my mouth during cutscenes. There she is. Quick, bust into Hall of Notes. Out of touch. We're out of time. You underestimate my power, says Nobeta, standing in the low ground with Nonata on the high ground. I'm shitposting. Yatta! Heroes cannot be leveled up in Trial Tower, but you can buy a Grimoire at the Statue of Goddess to level up magic. Soul Essence can be obtained by defeating enemies using Absorption. Casting spells, melee fights, or finishing spell casting one. Okay, so if you suck at parrying but you're good at everything else, you're still going to be Gucci. Okay, let's see now. That's just what we read. Wait a minute. I think this room, or at least maybe in early beta versions, was used for testing. I'll check that chest in a sec. What I'm on about is that there was a... I remember years and years and years back when I was trolling through Pupaya's Twitter account, there was a video testing out the early pin enemies. I think it was the sword enemies. I call them needle dolls usually. Well, we got double jump at least. And I think it was this room that the video was shot in. Just to, obviously back then it had no detail. It's just, a rectangular room with these columns. I may be misremembering to some point. But what do we have? Okay, that's fine. A fair life crystal. Sarcophagi. An interesting detail. Okay, those barrels are not destructible. So we have Arcane level 1. That's a big old cooking pot. Okay, there's a little statue. Okay, so trade. Yep, we can get items. And we can access the costumes. I did buy the DLC. So, we'll pick one of those costumes straight away. Which one should I start with? Actually, we'll run this one first. Nice. Oh, I like that staff. That is a really nice looking staff. Try and get a better look at it. I mean, I could zoom my camera in. Can't quite see it. It's because she holds her staff differently. I wonder... Yeah, confident Nobeta holds her staff in a low ready position. Big statue. Okay. Okay, so absorption level 2. So we have absorption level 1, so we don't need to worry about getting that. Okay, what's this? Record time and trial tower, least defeats and trial tower. Okay. Well, I'm not going to delay any further. Actually, no, let's talk to Nobeta for a sec. I think we'll do a round with Nobeta in this costume first. And we'll see what happens. Okay, so... we only have Mysterious Spectre armor, so let's see what we got. It could be easy mode Spectre, as in like new game Spectre, or it could be Spectre with enraged armor, with enraged arm moves. Well, we can stagger him. It's that. I've seen he's got quite a lot of health, so we will need to parry more. Okay, Arcane Cannon still pens his shield, so he's not quite enraged. I wonder if he turns into enraged in phase 2. I can do this all day, champ. Right, they're halfway. I'm going to start saving my stamina now. Gotta remember, I don't have stun. Whoops. Don't have stun on absorption. That was not ready. Nor is that ready. Oh, a new move. Okay, I'll keep... Okay, that was a little bit deceptive. Okay, he does that on that move. Let's play it safe. That was a bit early. Okay, he does that. Okay, so far the new move is whenever he does his lunge. And he charges that real quick now. Yeah, that's a second new move. He does a variation of his first move, but he charges it almost immediately. Try and catch you off guard. He still stuns on every arcane shot. So he's not quite enraged. If he was enraged, this would be a lot more challenging. Not saying it's not challenging, because I'm getting bonked occasionally. Okay, I think he does that as a retaliation for stunning him. Keep my eye on him. Yeah, I heard that twing, but hit him just in time. One more. Right, we'll keep this charge up. Nope, no retaliation. We're just gonna whittle him down like this, aren't we? But it's these long matches I actually live for. Because the longer these drag out for, the more likely it is, so I'm going to make a mistake. No retaliation. Miss. That was a fairly good hit, in that it actually hit. Saw that. Here it comes. Here it comes. Come on. Here it comes. Yeah, it's a retaliation move. Here it comes. Try and hit that tail. We're almost done. I'm not sure if this is going to kill him or not. Yep, that was it. Considering the very first time I beat Enraged with level 1 stats and like arcane only, it took me like 15 minutes. I think 6 minutes is perfectly fast for what we currently have equipped, which is to say we have nothing. We have level 1 everything. So. Ooh. What's the betting that her next line would be something along the lines of, if it weren't for the fact I weren't so OP? Ooh, that's an interesting little tidbit there. Now, I'd always assumed that Vanessa had voluntarily turned herself into a doll as a way of, like, reaffirming her loyalty to the church, but here Donna to explain that no, she was basically sentenced to it. So that actually makes Vanessa's story even worse, actually, because here I thought that she voluntarily went in to become a soul doll to like reaffirm her loyalty with the church, despite the fact that she disagreed with the saints' reforms, and therefore, you know, her continuing to be hostile to the likes of Nonata and Nobeta was more out of loyalty than, you know, more out of loyalty and constantly trying to prove herself. But no, Vanessa straight up straight up got sentenced to a fate worse than death in a way, and so basically it recontextualizes everything about what she was fighting for. She wasn't fighting to be, to like ascend, I guess. She wasn't fighting to prove that she was the strongest in all the land and the most capable and therefore the most unforgettable. She was pretty much just fighting for her life at that point, because obviously if the church had decided that she was an enemy, they would have just destroyed her reputation. They would have just launched a massive smear campaign and, wiped her out of their history books. So she would have lost everything from that. So here I was assuming that Vanessa's achievements hadn't been stricken from the record, and she was a soul doll because she felt that her original body was just too weak for her goals. And also having a soul doll body would give her an edge against the increasing escalation of the church's soul doll technology. If she can't beat them as a hero, she'll join them as a soul doll. So yeah, that's really just a small detail, and it's completely recontextualized everything that I'd assumed about Vanessa and her backstory. But yeah, let's go back to this. Okay, after that, the castle dolls went rampage. When the church troops withdrew, the corrupted souls in the armor developed a new consciousness. So it's like a rebellion. So Oaken Shrine that might be the reason why Oaken Shrine is completely abandoned. The crafted souls in the armor could either mean the soul armor singular, but all of the crafted souls within the soul armor just kind of form together to create the new consciousness. That's what it could mean. Or it could be speaking more broadly to say that multiple soul armor type enemies developed a new consciousness each individually, which probably might actually be the case considering we face two different soul armors. We face Mysterious and then we face Enraged as Nonata. And I believe they're separate entities. I don't think that they are... I don't think Enraged is the reincarnation of the Mysterious armor. I think Enraged is a separate individual. I think the armor might have been... I don't know. It's... I mean, I could just say it's just magic. It's just magic. I believe it is canon that they are separate. I'm quite sure in an art book that shows like relationships and connections between all like the characters in the main game, it shows that the Mysterious and Enraged armor are separate and that they report directly to Vanessa. So that basically, so if anything, that means that Enraged, despite the fact that he's enraged, he's not disloyal. He still reports to Vanessa or still follows Vanessa's commands. But possibly he's just like a berserker and is just too dangerous to have for, I don't know, more typical sentry tasks, which is probably the reason why he's guarding Thunder and not guarding the front door. Yeah, maybe all the Knights of Apocalypse amalgamated into the two soul armors. That could be. That's what I was basically thinking, especially what I said the first time. It could be that the crafted souls in the armor could be multiple crafted souls that then just kind of fused into a single set of armor and created a single conscious mind. But it could also possibly be that there are, like, for every crafted soul there is a matching set of armor, and perhaps there could be more, Mysterious Spectre armors out there. Like maybe there's like 10 of them, and only 2 stayed at Oaken Shrine and the other 8 went off, to like get revenge or something. I'm just speculating, I'm just spitballing. There is absolutely no evidence of that. But I don't know. I'm overcomplicating it. It's more than likely that the crafted souls being referred to here are just the crafted souls that amalgamated into a single piece of armor. And then that just happened twice. So you have Mysterious and you have Enraged. Well, they managed to do only half of those objectives, and even then that's a little bit generous, because Vanessa never figured out the secret of the throne. And the armors did keep a lot of outsiders out for quite some time, given by the fact that there's plenty of evidence to say that the Oaken Shrine and the facility behind it has been completely abandoned for years, maybe even decades. I would say it's because the throne is connected to Nobeta. Like the throne, the way I kind of oversimplify it in my head is that we don't know what the actual purpose of the throne is. All we know is what the church used it for, which is to seal Nobeta. And part of the conditions of keeping Nobeta's soul sealed was that her ordinary body does not sit upon that throne. If her body sits upon the throne in the real world, it starts to undo the seal. So I guess so the reason why it doesn't do anything for Vanessa is because of the fact the throne is already committed to keeping Nobeta locked away, and so it's just not going to respond to anyone else sitting on it. It's only going to respond to Nobeta's actual form, Nobeta's original body sitting on that throne. But again, we don't know what the throne was originally made for. It's semi-explicit in all of the supplementary lore material, like all the mangas and stuff like that the church never figured out what the throne was originally built for, but they could only speculate. So all the church could really do with the throne was use it as a prison. Rather elaborate one, but given who they were trying to imprison, makes sense that they went to that sort of measure. But obviously Vanessa, for whatever reason, decided that she wanted to find out the secret of the throne, so that implies that she didn't know that Nobeta was sealed in it. All the crafted souls amalgamated together to make an armor that has a lot of HP. Basically all the soul essence just specced into HP. Ah, little blush. Yatta! Alright. Let's do another costume. Should we buy items? I mean, I'm already making it hard enough for myself. There is nothing behind that door. That I always find that amusing. Anyway, I'm not even looking at the costume, silly me. It's just a ballpoint pen or a mechanical pencil. It looks more like a mechanical pencil, actually. That nib is very, very fine. If that was a regular pen, well, first of all, it'd be very, very, really, really short if it was a regular pen, but if it was a regular writing instrument, I'd say that nib is either like a fine liner. So we're talking like point something of a millimeter. I don't think there's any Nobeta skin that has a sword. Would be kind of neat. But yeah. Like the way her hair's tied just on one side. And she's got these little curls on her bangs or on the side locks. That's nice. The baggy woolly socks, or I'm not sure if they're woolly. Yeah, very nice. One big old bow. Some big pockets. That looks really comfy, actually. That cardigan looks really comfy. Okay. We're going in. Okay, they want us to face Tanya. Tanya always gives me trouble. So I'm not expecting to do this in one try. Especially since we've already established that we've got bosses with new moves. So I want to see what Tanya does as her new moves. She's going to be interesting. Nope. Nope. Oh, straight into phase 2 speed. Okay. Okay, no missiles yet, though. That. Then we just ping, charge. Okay, that didn't stun. Okay, there's no... She doesn't slow down for that one. She's just kind of thinking. Okay, so pay attention to her a bit more when she does her long-range slides. A bit early. Right, let's watch this again. Yeah. The forewarning is about the same as any other move that she does. Bit early. Got to remember that you can't really point blank shoot Tanya because most of the time your shot ends up missing. And that was just me being bad at aiming. Come on. Do something. We'll dodge this one so we can do a quick fire. There we go. Got a nice dodge out of that. Oh, retaliation. A new one. 2 move. Oof. Okay, so that might be a retaliation to hitting her. Oh, that's cheeky. Oh, come on. You did not hit me with that. Ah. Okay, that one is quicker. Keep your eye on her, basically. Keep it on her. Yeah. That's this move. Right, is she going to do anything after that? No, doesn't look like it. Okay, a clap move. Okay, that interrupted. That's good. Okay, we don't need to dodge until her hands actually come down. Now. Okay, all things considered, that's not a difficult move to dodge. There's quite a good wind-up for it. So you're only really going to get hit by it if you're panicking. How do I fire without turning like that? Well, like, I just hit fire sometimes. I think I know what you're on about. I'll try and point it out. Basically, if you don't aim, if you just shoot normally, you just hit fire it. Save my stamina. Okay, you can do that. You do that again. You don't need to aim your charge spells. You can literally just fire them like it's a... Oof, could have hurt. No, I don't like the way you're running at me like that. Okay, you got it. Yeah, she kind of closes in for that one. Nope. Okay. Yeah, you have to line up the camera, of course. If you have lock-on enabled, Nobeta will usually aim for usually correctly aim for the target, even if the camera isn't correctly pointing at where it should be. Okay. Nice. Okay, interruption. I usually use hip firing for point-blank shots. Unless I'm feeling really confident that I can actually land it. Like that. She technically... Well, she didn't actually block it, really. Ooh, yes. I thought I got hit then. I was like, oh, okay. I'm still alive. I'm still in this. Now that was a good hit. I think part of the reason why it misses is because she hits at a slight diagonal. One more shot. All done. I'm surprised I actually managed to win that. But I did have to burn a crystal. I'll probably start buying healing crystals, since there's not really any other use that I have planned for Soul Essence. To the surprise of basically nobody who has gone through Tanya's backstory. Also, Tanya's boss theme is called Unavenged. That's a real twist the knife sort of name, because by defeating her, you do pretty much leave her entire... Well, she didn't really have a goal of getting revenge, but you can guarantee that if she did successfully leave that prison, she would have probably gone on a rampage, you know, to get her own against the church for what they did to her. So yeah, twist the knife moment in that boss theme's title, Unavenged. You know, Tanya never got her justice. She never seized it with her own hands. Okay, got some more lore right there. So the church may not have ever created from scratch a church witch. They may have taken an established witch and basically wiped her mind and turned her into what they deem a church witch. Yeah, I mean, duh, should be kind of obvious that maybe Nobeta's case isn't so special, but I'd thought that maybe the church should found a way to just create them. She's got the little cat face, little cat shaped mouth. This isn't really a laughing moment, but that is a very adorable expression. That is a nice little thing to touch upon, though, to have Nobeta to actually outright say it, that, you know, she is a little bit mixed on her feelings, on her take on it, because if it weren't for the evil that the church had done, she wouldn't even exist at this moment in time. You know, that she can't, you know, she herself can't deny that, you know, that she owes her own existence to something so evil. And the fact that she says that just gets my, like, you know, headcanon gears whirring, just makes me speculate, like, because the way I see things when it comes to characters talking about stuff, when a character brings up something that personally affects them, very rarely do you get a character that will be completely forthcoming with how much that thing actually affects them. So with that in mind, the way I see things, when Nonota says, hey, I am kind of conflicted about this, and I know that you hate the church because they did all these horrible things, but if it weren't for those horrible things, I would also exist, so hey, that kind of leaves me a little bit insecure. Her kind of just expressing that much may not seem like a lot at face value, but to me, it insinuates that she is actually a lot more concerned by this than she really lets on. The undoing of the church's evil plan was seen in the church's evil plan. Yeah, basically. That is one of the best ironies of what the church ended up doing. The church was terrified of having outside rivals, and from outside rivals potentially overthrowing them, so they basically crushed anyone who was a heretic, and then they turned all their hatred inwards, looking for anyone who might be maybe a little bit too powerful, such as Albert, a little bit too popular, a little bit too powerful, so they purge him, get rid of him. And then they start looking at anyone who might just slightly disagree with what the church is doing, and that's basically Vanessa right there. Vanessa makes the mistake of openly disagreeing with the Saints' reforms, and that immediately paints a big red target on her back. And then finally, the church creates the church witch, and they think, oh, we'll take this perfectly good, witch that we've captured and yoink her soul out, stick it in the throne for whatever reason, and we'll take this other crafted soul and put it there. Nothing bad will happen. Hasn't happened before. And then the greatest irony is that this particular witch ends up becoming instrumental in freeing possibly one of the most powerful witches in the land now, whilst also becoming pretty much the second most powerful witch in the land in her own right. And both of them are teaming up, and both of them are coming for the church. But yeah, the thing I was originally talking about is that the fact that Nonota actually takes a moment to just say, hey, I know you hate the church because they've done all these horrible evil things, and I agree these are horrible evil things, but from my perspective, if it weren't for those horrible things, I wouldn't be standing here right now. So I'm kind of uncomfortable with that, and the fact that she says only that much implies to me that it's actually tearing her up a lot more, because it's something that she thinks about, that she was born from something horrible, she's born from something evil, she can't, she doesn't have what a lot of other people have, which is the knowledge that when she was born, when she was created, she came from good people, or at least well-intentioned people. She doesn't have that. All she has is the irrefutable knowledge that she was created by something cruel and horrible, and she herself was built to further the goals of that horrible organization. And basically what I'm getting at is that this is like a tiny little hint to me that Nonota has a little bit of an identity crisis because of her origins. She wants to move away from her past, obviously. She wants to work alongside Nobeta. She wants to move forward and live her life on her terms. That's what she's fought for all this time. But that doesn't mean that she can just, rid herself of the knowledge that she came from something that was horrible and evil, and she feels responsible, even though it isn't really her responsibility. And that's why Nobeta right here says this is all the church's fault, not yours. It's not your burden to bear. Reminds me of the Doctor Who episode Extremis. An alien race creates an Earth simulation to analyse how best to invade, but the simulation is so real it allows them to warn the non-simulation Earth. Neat. It was fate that brought us together. I'm grateful to have you on my next journey. Now let's get that 90s sitcom sound effect. Oof, now that's rough. Her soul has departed. It has left for another realm. The Nobeta is no more. Let's get a nice close-up on that ribbon. Very nice, yes. So I commented on the sarcophagi early on, thinking that was an interesting detail for a pocket dimension that isn't technically reality, but I think this is a case of Nobeta just being a genius. This isn't just... I'm calling it now. This is not just a... this is not just a place for Nobeta and Nonota to pull their strength and learn from each other's experiences and become stronger. This is straight up Nonota's therapy session, and possibly a seance of sorts, a place for Nonota to kind of literally exercise the ghosts in her past. So I'm calling it now. This DLC can probably be summarized as Nonota's therapy and Nobeta getting stronger. Yeah, that is very interesting. It seems to suggest Nonota can't read Tanya's thoughts, which I've pretty much assumed that. Like when you fight Nonota in the final boss fight, the first phase is just purely Nonota fighting on her own. The spirits that are flying around her, they represent Tanya, Monica, and the mysterious soul armors. Both of them, I presume. At least one of them, because you can skip the enraged. But anyway. But yeah, first phase of Nonota's boss fight, those spirits are only flying around her, observing what she's doing. They're not actively participating. It's only in the phase 2, when you get the cutscene, that they come together and then they basically form a massive ball of energy that then Nonota can harness. And from then on, you don't have those 3 little spirits floating around Nonota. Nonota herself is the one that's emanating all the power. So at that point, those spirits have fused together and have become a part of Nonota's power. They're not just a separate fragment that's just housed within her vessel. But at no point did I think that Nonota could, actively hear the thoughts of other crafted souls. Because it doesn't quite make sense with the lore. Because the lore states that the dominant crafted soul takes control of the vessel, which also establishes the dominant personality. And it kind of stands to reason, at least in my head, that if you've got a dominant soul that's able to hear the words of another soul in the same vessel, then chances are that that voice is just a soul that's only a few percentiles weaker, and it wouldn't take that much for that particular soul to take over control. That would be interesting for like a different character, like a character that straight up has 2 different souls and can unpredictably switch between one or the other. That would be interesting. Be difficult to pull off, I imagine, but might not be fitting for this game's universe. But that's just me again going off the deep end. But yeah, I don't think I never really assumed that Nonota could read Tanya's thoughts or Monica's thoughts. I think the best that she could ever do is just feel the emotions that their souls carried, and that's pretty much supported by the very first cutscene after you defeat Tanya, that Nonota starts commenting on a new feeling that she's experiencing, and what she's experiencing is the sadness in Tanya's soul, and possibly a bit of relief as well, because if you think about it, even though Tanya didn't get what she wanted in the end, she was still granted a rather peaceful passing. Nonota, showed her some mercy and showed her some compassion and agreed to carry that ribbon for her, and Tanya passed away with a smile on her face, which is probably the first smile that she's had, in a very long time. So I'd say that, yeah, Tanya's soul has a lot of sadness, but I think that one moment of mercy probably left a lot of warmth in her soul as well. Anyway, I'm probably going to grab some more items, and then I'm going to switch to the next costume as well. Alright, Landmine Girl. So I'm told that the landmine part is because the fashion style is connected to a type of personality that's basically, they're a personality. There's someone that is perfectly sociable, kind of ordinary, may have a few harmless quirks, but then you just step on something. You say something wrong, you look at them wrong, you do something wrong, or something happens, and it just sets off a mine. And the results of that could be like, yandere mode or something like that, or just ultimately something scary. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, that's quite a apt name actually. Anyway, let's take a look. Hey, there's heels on this outfit. That's I don't know if that's new to I don't know if that's new. I'm sure the rabbit outfit, the bunny outfit, has heels. So I don't know why I'm fixating on the heels on this. Maybe it's because they're chunky. They are pretty large heels, actually. Anyway. Umbrella wand. That's nice. I like that. Maybe it's because it reminds me that when I was a small child, I would play with umbrellas. But although in my case I would hold them like they're rifles and play soldiers. But the principle is still the same. You point the pointy end at something and go pew pew. There is not that much difference. And I bet you I weren't the only one, and I bet you there was plenty of people who would pick up an umbrella and just point it as if it was a magic staff or something. Alright, we're going to fight Monica next. Looks like we're going to go through them in order of appearance. I wonder if we have to fight Big Monica. In any case, we're going to have some new moves to contend with, so let's see what we got. Oh, no you don't. I don't like that move. Oh, you're doing it anyway? Ooh. Okay, so it has a ring. Come on then. Not gonna lie, I would like that to be in the base game. That was my bad. I was kind of distracted by how pretty it looks. But yeah, I'd like that in the base game. But then again, I remember that a lot of people don't know what you're supposed to do for that move. They just kind of stand there and just take the knockdown. And then they complain. Don't really want to dodge too close to the boss, just in case there's like a new move. And I'm just not in the... I mean, yeah, but... Yeah, it might make him learn, but People are very, very bad at reading instructions, even when they're written in perfectly good English, which a lot of the tutorials in this game aren't really. Although the first game, the first tip in this DLC was perfectly legible. So they might have had someone go through and proofread it all. Right, we're into the soft phase 2, where the fire fists come out and the fire trails come out. This is where you really should have ice. This is the reason why you should have ice. Alright, got to stop spamming dodge, otherwise I'm going to run out of it. Run out of stamina. Alright, this is where we really need to start moving. Okay, you really need to get high. Okay, nothing cool there. There's no second move to that. Right, just outrunning. Get some HP. Going to do some cheap shots as well, because I'm just standing here doing a lot of nothing. There we go. Now we hit him. So then we get the stun. When Monica starts charging... Oh, we're already into stop phase 3. Oh, we like this. Oh, that's new. Okay, so it doesn't track. That technically makes it easier. Okay, that one missed. Okay, so it's an additional move. That's okay. I would have been a bit more upset if it was a replacement. Right, now we're going to have to spend a lot of time running around because we don't have the counter for this. Oh, Christ. Right. Okay, it doesn't hurt them. Those moves don't hurt the boss. We'll take that. Okay, this one's that move again. Stun. Run. Okay, line it up. It's going to be another one of the scatter shots. Yep. Yeah, we're fine. Another scatter shot. We don't really have the time to charge. And I don't really want to try and parry that shit because it's too unpredictable. Should be a throw. Okay, another throw. Missed. My bad. Come on then. Nah, not quite. Not quite close enough. I'm gonna run this way this time. Spice it up a little. Okay. Now. Okay, looks like another... Yep, another scatter. Thought I'd get some charge out of that. Too bad. Now we'll cancel that. We'll do this. Okay, I think the charge up time's different. Now cancel that. I think the charge up time on the homing attack is different. Well, I might be wrong. I have a sneaky suspicion we'll probably be facing Big Monica. Because we haven't really had that many new moves on this. Another scatter shot. Get out of here before this thing goes bang, because it might go bang still. Okay, it didn't. Okay, well it showed us the time, so it counts the time for the first part, but we must face Big Monica. Okay, let's see what we got to do here. This is going to be difficult because of the fact I got to use Arcane. Keep an eye on her to make sure we don't get caught out by something. We'll keep the charge for this one. Because that way we guarantee that we pop the spell. Then we charge this. Spam it at her. Try and hit her eye. Fail because we suck. I could try parrying this shit, but honestly I don't really want to. Let's go. Nope. Same as before, we'll dodge this and shoot. Up. That'll do it. Right, 50%. Right. We'll keep this spell. Because of that. Alright. Are you kidding me? You do like 138 points of damage shooting her in the butt? That's really funny to me. I don't think that counts as a critical hit, but I'm sure it does. Almost. Okay, we'll do what we did last round. We'll dodge these, keep our spell ready. Because, yeah, she's doing that. GG. Okay, so it counts the time total, it doesn't count the time individually. Alright. in all about a minute longer than how long it took me to beat Tanya, which just goes to show how much more challenging Tanya is. Poor Monica. Well, we've watched Monica's backstory, and Nonata is really glossing over a lot of it. But her expression kind of, yeah. Again, like I said earlier, you know, Nonata's expression is really cute, but this is not the time for that. Yes, hatred and spite. That is actually quite a lot of power. There's a lot of power in hatred and spite. No rest for her, apparently. I guess Monica ain't quite finished. She doesn't want to move on yet, because she didn't get the little peaceful segment at the end there. I think Monica wants to stick around. I think she wants blood. Okay, right. Did we unlock any other costumes? I don't remember what the unlock condition is for the free update skins. Let's find out what that is. Okay, clear. Enhance magic to max level. Clear the trial tower with perfect victory. Don't know what that means. Clear the trial tower. So we get 2 skins for defeating the entire DLC. Right, well, we'll stick with this skin for now. Actually, no. Let's switch to... Let's switch to Nonata. Why not? Nice. Now, I'm not sure if you've ever noticed or paid much attention to Nonata in Nobeta's body, but there is a difference in expression, like default expression, between Nobeta and Nonata. I mean, that's kind of obvious. I mean, when you switch to Nobeta, you can see her stance changes, her moveset changes, everything, and you can also see that her expression is a lot more steely, a lot more, you know, determined. But reason why I'm bringing this all up is because Nonata's expression in this form is identical to her expressions when she was Nobeta. They are. It's a completely identical expression, which I think is just really nice. Just a nice touch. Well, she gets the old staff. And her original voice lines. Which means she should do dodge rolls. Yep, she dodge rolls. All of her dodges. You can take Nonata out of Nobeta's body, but you can't change who Nonata is. Anyway, we're going in. Okay, we have to fight the knight. Oh, this is going to take forever. And that's if I beat him first try, which I'm never going to say I will. I don't think I'm going to beat... When I go in, I don't expect to beat any boss first try. Oh, he gets music this time. Yeah, he does that. But I don't really have a choice, because I don't have air dodge. Would you like to chill out? Okay. Normal moves. Got to just ping him. Now, we're going to try and find out what his new moves are, because... Okay, he has a third move in that one now. We have to just tank that. We got no choice in the matter. I don't know what he's actually aiming for when he does that. I should have not done that. I'm in habit. I'm falling into habit. Right. I'm falling into habit. I need to not shoot him after that second move because I'm so used to that just being a two-swing move. Let's go. I'm falling into habit. But this is going to be a long haul fight because the best way to fight him is to use fire and be in melee. And also, this guy is designed for you to have air dodge. Right, this is the move for the first swing. He hasn't done it this time, so he's going to try and do it to catch you off guard. Right, this is... Okay, not yet. There's got to be a trigger for it. But yeah, the strategy, normally, in the regular game... Okay, it comes out of diagonal as well, so if you're in the wrong place, you're just going to get yeeted. Okay, he backs off when he does that. Gotta let my stamina regen. Oh, piss off, I dodged that. Okay. We'll heal after this. He basically doesn't actually aim. He doesn't aim that move. So if you get behind him, you're more or less safe. Whereas these moves, he actually tries to hit you. Yeah, so you could just go to where he's going to be and just kind of meet him there. Okay, didn't do it that time, which is fine. Ah, total miss. Miss. Huh. So it doesn't seem to home in on you. if I stand over here... Okay, he doesn't aim that whatsoever. Oh, he staggered on that one. Well, I don't trigger his charging moves out of principle because they're harder to dodge. Like when he jumps in the air and does that plunging attack. That plunging attack always makes the ground shake. So you need air dodge because you need to be in the air and you need to dodge the incoming attack. And since I have level 1 wind, which is just a double jump, that means I'm at a massive disadvantage. I can't double jump that move and then attempt to dodge it. I like how his name is just Knight. I mean, I suppose it's better than what we do call him, because we call him Basement Knight. But he should have got a cooler name. Like, I don't like him doing those moves. Come on. Okay. No third move that time. We're going to try and just do some melee attacks. They don't do a lot of damage. But it's... every little helps. Oh, I need to be a bit better at aiming. Sometimes he just does that charge move after he does his hop back. So it might be better to go to where he's going to jump to on that third swing to discourage him from doing that. And then we just run around. So... yeah, that move that finishes off all of his pogo stick moves, kinda easy. Okay, is he gonna charge? Yep. Yeah, I expected it that time. No choice there. Like that. Ain't got a choice in that matter. That fire does a lot of damage though. It's like 15 per tick. Right, and if we stay close to him, he won't do his charging moves as much. Because that's basically the strat of beating him in the normal game. Just stay in his personal space and he won't know what to do. Because his entire game plan is to scare the shit out of you when you're too far away from him. A stagger, make sure we're in his business before he turns around. Okay, we're fine. I wonder if we get any lore from this guy when we beat him. We might do. Learn about what this knight was all Yeah, you can just walk around that, because he doesn't actually try to aim the move at you. Okay, he didn't backstep that one. Might backstep this one, though. Nope, no backstep. Miss. It's always really funny when he just stands there staring at you. It's like, dang, that didn't work. Now what? It's like, I thought for sure that big telegraph move would have done something. Now, if that triple arcane blade move did like a trail of fire, like his other big swings, like this swing, that might have been a pretty terrifying move, because it does area denial. So even if you avoid it trivially, you would still have to be worried about the fire. What if you still do? Okay, you said that I would come to that. Anyway, I did so. That wasn't too bad. I mean, yeah, I died once, but that was me falling into habits. That would have taken a lot less time if I was actually using fire. Well, that's a bright side, I guess. There's only so many witches in the world, which means there's only so many possible church witches. So, with this being talked about, this would actually be a perfect lead-in for a sequel game, where the bosses are all church witches, but maybe with a little twist that we don't, like, just defeat them and then they poof into smoke and never seen again, but we, like, restore them. That'd be kind of neat. That'd be a good sequel hook. Probably a safe bet. Deeper mystery. But yeah, they would be really hard to defeat if we actually face off against church witches. I mean, the fire church witch that we see in Tanya's flashback story is absolutely terrifying. Like, whenever I'm reading the manga panels where she's just kind of ripping stuff up and just doesn't give a darn, I'm hearing, like, the theme music from Valkyria Chronicles when Selvaria Blair just reveals her Valkyria powers and just starts ripping up the battlefield. I hear the same sort of like terrifying music to go with that. Yeah, I think I probably mentioned this in the past, but Valkyria Chronicles is a favourite series of mine. I've played pretty much every game. But that's another discussion for another time. I might replay the first game, actually, on stream. I haven't played it in years. But yeah, back to this. So there's this plot thread being opened here of the reason why the dolls all went berserk. Which is interesting because I've assumed that they just kind of lost their minds due to being abandoned and unmanaged. But it seems that the dolls that we encounter, all the damaged ones and also all the ghosts, they're all the reason why the place is abandoned, not a consequence of the place being abandoned. That seems to be the implication they're making here, at least. Okay, on to the next. We're going to stay as Nonata. Right, Vanessa is... After Tanya, Vanessa is the next... Vanessa 1 is the next boss that I struggle with. Because her regular swings, I can never seem to figure out the proper parry timing for them. And I'm doing this arcane only, so... This is going to be tricky. Plus she has a lot more HP. Okay. Yeah. Thought those spears were going to hit me then. I'm surprised that hit. Right, we didn't really see that many new moves from the knight. I'm expecting to see some pretty cool shit from this boss, though. Gotta remember, I gotta dodge slightly diagonally to make sure I don't get hit by the spears. Yeah, we'll just get ready to sprint for that type of attack. There we go. I could try stun locking her, see if they fix that. Nope, they didn't fix it. Dramatic music playing. It's in its crescendo. And what am I doing? Just smacking Vanessa's backside. She's definitely got a lot more aggression, and this is something I always freaking talk about whenever the topic of like the boss mechanics comes up, and no one really listens to it because, yeah, that's also different. Sometimes she just won't do that. Yeah, sometimes she'll just go straight into move 2, or sometimes she'll go straight into move 2 of her regular combo instead of starting at move 1, and then sometimes she'll do move 1 and then do something completely different. But anyway, the one thing I keep talking about is something I just call aggression, which is basically how little time the boss spends thinking about their next move. She's got a lot more aggression. She spends less time doing her little hops and more time doing something. Right, now we're into phase 2. I'll keep our eye on her. Okay. Nope. It's important to shoot her after that, because it cancels the follow-up move. I think I'll cancel that as well. Okay, she's just going to do it again. Okay, well, I'll just shoot you again. But yeah, aggression. It's something it's just a term I used to describe when the... Oh, it centers it on you. That's different. Okay, that was silly of me. Okay, I think that tracks you. I don't think it goes in a straight line anymore. The dodge sound cancelled out all the other audio. Oh, I nearly failed that dodge. That's a different pattern. I like that. I like that. That is really nice. It also looks really pretty. Oh, cheeky bastard. Reminds me of like those bullet hell games. Yeah, I don't play them, but sometimes you just get them with like... They just have really nice patterns in them sometimes. No. Bad. Don't do that. No, let her do her next move. Yep. Okay, now we shoot. Yeah, you know what I mean by aggression. Tanya has excellent aggression in base game. And her aggression is about the same in this. And that's part of the reason why she's such a filter boss. Why she just absolutely destroys people who are not very good at the game. Because she does not let up. Whereas Vanessa 1 in base game, she spends a lot of time hesitating. This is what her boss fight should have been. I would advocate for this to become her base game fight. That tracks. It does track. It wasn't my eyes deceiving me. So you can't dodge early, you have to dodge in time. Because if you dodge early, it will just track into you. Let it. Ow. See? You have to dodge at the correct time for whatever distance you're at. Otherwise it will hit you. But I would still advocate this to be her actual fight. Minus that bit. We're gonna heal. I still hate how her hitbox with her sword is bigger than her actual sword. I wish they had fixed that. Because she can hit you when you're... Yeah, like that. And that annoys me to no end. That's the only thing that they should have fixed, and they decided not to. It's also the reason why I prefer to just stun her before she does those moves. Anyway, I think we've seen all the new shit. Let's finish this. No. Get wrecked. Yeah, her sword attacks used to be kind of like she would always do like swing 1, which is always like a pair, and then she'll do swing 2 if you're close enough still, and then if you're still close enough, then she'll do swing 3, which is always like a really cool finisher move. Usually you die if you have level 1 HP like I do. Actual fact, technically I don't have level 1 HP, I have 192 HP. Maybe that's the reason why I'm not dying so much. Because I can actually afford to tank a couple of hits. But anyway. Normally she just does, you know, swing 1 if you're close enough still, swing 2 if you're close enough still, finisher move. Here, she will do swing 1, and then regardless of how far away you are, she'll, like, do a second move that isn't a melee move, it's more of a ranged move. Like, she'll jump somewhere and fling some daggers at you. And then later on, like a few seconds later, she'll then just leap straight at you and do swing 2 and followed by swing 3 if you're still in range. And it's a different tempo, and I like that. I liked a lot of the changes in her boss fight, and I think a lot of them should really be considered to be put in the main game. Here we go, more lore. Avengers assemble. Phyllis possesses unimaginable power, and yet she only used absorption once. If she used absorption more often, she probably would have lasted. You know, she probably would have survived. Unlimited rice pudding. Yeah, of course she did. Yeah, this is going to be a common theme for a while. You know, it's kind of sad that they're having to learn of this. Yeah. Nobeta's immediately thinking, oh god, it's cardiac arrest. We ain't sugarcoating it, are we? Yay! Murder! Completely justified. Ah, so it's not a supply of mana, but a supply of soul essence, so absorption wouldn't have helped her at all. Deepest lore. When this DLC was announced and I saw the trailer and it showed that there was going to be a little bit of discussion, a little bit of lore. You know, obviously I knew that we were going to get something with some real meat to it, some real content, some real lore. But even so, just to kind of make sure that I didn't set my expectations to ludicrous heights, I basically just said this DLC could straight up just be the pair of them having a tea party and nothing bad happens, and I would still have a good time. And I kept on kind of like repeating that to myself anytime I felt my hype get a bit too high. So I didn't want to like speculate so much that when the actual update came out, there would be no way for me to actually, you know, there'll be no way for me to actually enjoy it. Hype is a very, very insidious and silent killer. Should we switch? Play with a different costume? You know, play Nobeta for a little bit? I think we will. Okay, let's try a different skin for a change. I'm gonna play with a different skin, not one of the DLC ones, just because. I just want to play with a different skin every boss fight that I do. Admittedly, we did 2 bosses with Nobeta, but who cares? Oh, this is going to be fun. I want to see what all those new moves are. I want to see what all of Vanessa 2's new moves are. We're going to miss a couple of them though, for sure, because we're not going to make the mistake of using lightning. Oh, new move. Immediately. That's faster. Okay, that doesn't seem to have changed. Oh, let me read that comment. Mentioning now that Goddess statues are actually partially functional TARDISes. The reason you can equip new skins is that they're bigger on the inside and contain a wardrobe. So like a stone Iron Maiden, but no spikes in it. It's actually just got all. It's just a really, really weird looking wardrobe. That's kind of cursed. Phew. You gonna do something different? No. Or rather, you might, but I'm just not gonna let you. Yeah, there's a different tempo for that combo. And I don't really want to parry it, because I don't have stun. Absorption is only at level 1, so I don't have the stun effect. So it's best just to dodge the first move and quickly shoot her before she can follow up with her quick second attack, because the tempo's different. See, she's immediately swinging in for a second. You leave yourself wide open, I have to take that shot. Yeah, they do. I've seen them do that. I suppose I should let her do that particular move in phase 1 to see if it actually does anything. Whoops. That's faster. Right, let's let her do this. Oh, she does like a drill move. She charges at you while spinning. Okay, so you can't get easy HP from those big crystals because she just flat out doesn't use them anymore. This is actually kind of a predicament for me because there's not that many moves I can actually parry safely. Because without stun I can't interrupt her moves. So I have no idea what she'll be doing when I come out of iframes. So I'm going to have to take a risk. So I'm not going to learn her new shit otherwise. We can shoot that though. That gives us HP. Right, let's see what we got to do in this. We'll keep ourselves locked so we can see her. No. You're not doing your second move, as long as I have charge. And you're not doing whatever your phase 2 for that is, because that phase 1 was actually a little bit spooky. We'll dodge this one. Okay, I think there's a... She tracks it better, that's what it is. I was about to say, I think it does a third tick. No, it only did 2 ticks. It's just she tracks it better, so you kind of need to parry it. So we'll play it safe because she actually does quite a bit of damage. Yep, she's going up. We'll cancel that. Now we'll have to dodge this one. Okay, there was no follow-up on that move. I thought there might have been. Okay, what are you doing next? Right, we've got to parry this. Because if we don't parry it, we get hit because she tracks better. Dodge this. And think. Get away, lightning. Now I'm going to let this one slide. Okay, she just tracks better on that move. Oh, she does this unprompted now. Oh, she's going to do it again, is she? best to do it left. Go left, because then it just misses you better like this. Right, what are you going to do next? That move. Okay. You can just cancel that. Miss. What are you going to do next, Vanessa? Okay. I asked. You answered. Nope. Chances are the best way to get around that move is to parry it. Okay, we've got to run around in circles now. Okay, we've got to go this way this time. Okay, we're almost done. Get wrecked. I love how she forgets when she's not on the ground. I love how she just forgets she's not on the ground when you cancel the plunge. Yeah, it's always funny when she does that. Okay, weird. Had a bit of a collision there. Went through 37 minutes of Vanessa and she never did this attack once. Which attack was that? Because I don't normally read chat until I'll glance at chat during the middle of a fight. I'm actually getting better at talking and fighting. I'm sure you've noticed that. I'm actually better at talking. Nobeta flexing, being like, "Oh, if I had to just punch her in the face, it would have just taken longer, but I still would have won." You have to sprint away. Oh, the one with the triple runes, and she shoots crystals at you. That normally gets triggered as a retaliation for charging up lightning and getting slow time. When you slow down time, Vanessa will charge up thunder herself to cancel it, and then she'll do that move. So normally, if you do arcane only, or you just don't, if you can still shoot regular lightning spells, but if you don't, and that won't trigger it. It's only when you charge up thunder to its maximum, so you could do like the cool AoE attack. It's only when you do that that Vanessa will cancel the slow time effect by charging up thunder herself. And then she'll do that triple shot thing and spin around and fly around the entire arena shooting at you. She'll only do it then. So it's interesting that she'll do it at will now. Because it is a cool move. It's easy. It's, you know, like as a retaliation move, it's kind of lame. But as a move on its own, it's cool. Yeah, we've had this implication earlier, didn't we, about Vanessa? All the assumptions I've made about Vanessa's backstory are kind of upended. Like, I assumed that she voluntarily became a soul doll to reaffirm her loyalty to the church, but that's not the case. What's been established here is that Vanessa was effectively sentenced to a fate worse than death, which is to become a soul doll, which means that her entire quest to be needed by someone, hits a lot harder, because basically she's been disowned by an organization that she had a massive part in building up to the strength that it was at when it ejected her from it. So that would have been a crippling blow to her. Nope. Her backstory is just as tragic as any of the other named characters in this game. The difference being is that Vanessa basically took the complete worst way of dealing with it. You can't really hate her for becoming the way that she became. Like here, you know, Vanessa's parents were killed by Bestians when she was but a child. You know, Vanessa has a childhood trauma of witnessing her parents being murdered. You know, that's not something you can just walk off. That's not something you can just rise above overnight. So it totally makes sense why she became a fantastic racist and sought to just absolutely wipe all Bestian tribes off the face of the planet. Like, it's totally understandable why she was so fueled by hatred. But it doesn't excuse anything that she did. Yeah, and that was another thing. Although in the manga, I believe the Wanderer was female, but it's not really that important. In any case, a little young Vanessa thought that she had someone to look after her, and that person just ditched her as well. So, you know, tragically torn away from her birth parents and then just abandoned at first opportunity. This might be just a mistranslation, you know. Maybe the source text doesn't have any gender implied, so the person doing the translation to English just picked one and just stuck with it, because obviously English kind of needs there to be a pronoun in use, unless the person's got a name, in which case you just use their name. I mean, yeah, you do have gender neutral they, but it's uncommon, even now. I use it. Gotta be the change you want to see in the world. But yeah, this was a terrible blow to Vanessa. That's an understatement. Yeah, we have the Blood Orcs come up occasionally, and from what we can gather from the lore, the Blood Orcs were pretty much what the church is now. They terrorized anything that was weaker than them. And pretty much, and basically once upon a time, humans specifically were a prime target because they were the weakest race out there. So, Blood Orcs were serious business, apparently, from what we can gather in the lore. And that's exactly how I've interpreted the character up until now. That, you know, because of her abandonment and being left behind and treated like she's, you know, forgettable, she put everything into just collecting achievements and accolades and people's respect in the hope that it would make her permanent in the timeline, shall we say, make her, you know, like she would have statues erected in her honor, which means that even if she were to just die one day, she would never be forgotten. That's kind of what she wanted to be. That's how I've always interpreted Vanessa's character. That's, she wants to be irreplaceable. And yeah, she was, you know, we can see in her backstory when it starts talking about when she became a monarch in her own right, that she was very disinterested in the status, in the luxury of the status. A map would be kind of interesting, but I feel that maps usually don't actually add anything to a fantasy world. Sometimes it's nice just to have like a not to scale map. But usually the reason why a not to scale map would be more interesting is not because it's a map, but because of whom might have actually drawn it. Like, this is going to be a bit of a out there thing, but like Girls Last Tour in the manga volumes, at the end of every volume, there's a map that just kind of summarizes the route that the girls take in that volume, and it's not to scale. It's just simply a dot, a dashed line that just traces a route through sketches of certain landmarks that the girls see. And it's because it's a not to scale map. I mean, heck, it doesn't even have north defined on the map. It's just simply the way it's implied to be. It's implied to be a map that one of the characters has drawn herself, just as a way of doing record keeping. And that's what makes that map interesting in Girls Last Tour. It's not because it shows you because it doesn't give you any information that you don't already know. It only shows landmarks that you've already seen in the chapters before you come across this map. But what it does show you is just a snippet of what one of the characters are doing kind of off screen, off camera, that they are drawing up maps of all the places they go to. And it's more that it adds more to the character than it does to like the world building, because the world building has already been done. The world building's already been done through the characters visiting places and you seeing those places through those characters' eyes. A map doesn't really add much more to that. But when it comes to like really detailed to-scale maps, I don't find them that interesting. If anything, I find them a bit narrowing. Like, especially in like fantasy stories, because fantasy stories kind of live and die by how effective they are at taking you up in their world. And to me at least, having the freedom as a reader to imagine what this world's map looks like based on just what's written in the text allows me a lot more freedom, and allows me to get more invested and interested in this fictional world than it would if someone just gave me a map right on page 1, or even a map right at the end of the book. I mean, that's just my opinion though. I mean, yeah, a map lets you know how everything links up geographically, but then you have like amateur map makers that don't quite understand how geography works, so they'll do weird stuff that wouldn't actually be possible outside of, magic, I guess, affecting it. My answer to, but how can you get invested in a world where you don't even know how to get anywhere? My answer to that is read Kino no Tabi. Literally read that. The translated volumes, fan translations, go up to like, I think, volume 16. You don't need to go up to volume 16. I mean, heck, you could just read the first 3 volumes and you'll immediately know what I'm on about. Yeah, Kino no Tabi, or Kino's Journey. Just read the light novels of that and you'll understand why a map for a fictional world is just not necessary. And in fact, could actually take away from the experience. Because the entire light novel series has no map whatsoever. The characters use maps. Of course they use maps, because they have places they want to go to, and they need to know a way to get there. Albeit that the titular character, Kino, doesn't often, she doesn't always use a map, because her whole deal is that she's wandering. So sometimes she just picks an arbitrary direction and follows it. But sometimes she does use a map. But point being is that at no point in the light novels is a map given to the reader to say, this is where the characters have been, this is where they're going, this is where this links to that. And it doesn't do that ever, and yet the fictional universe is still so interesting and fascinating. And I think another reason why Kino Tabi's universe would be, that's actually the first episode of the 2017 anime. It's a good story, and it's a good, like, not so much a summary, but it's a good overview of what the series as a whole is capable of doing. That it can be really whimsical and weird, and then it could just get real. Just get really serious at the drop of a hat. That's kind of what the series is kind of popular for. It has this whimsical fable quality to it, really almost a fairy tale in a way, in how it presents itself. But then it can just hit you with just really dark stuff. And yeah, the twist with the town where murder is legal. I mean, you watched the episode, and I'm going to spoil it a little bit for anyone else who might be watching this either now or later. The twist is that the town where murder is legal isn't in pandemonium. Like, it's like Kino and her companion Hermes, which is a talking motorcycle. I completely failed to mention that, by the way. They speculate that the town might be full of like bandits, and it might be a rough place, but they're committed to going there and stopping off just to see what it really is like. But when they get there, it's a completely peaceable, calm, orderly society. No one's being hostile to anybody. Everyone's just living their lives and being quite chill. But obviously people are all casually armed. Like Kino visits a shopkeeper who has a shotgun on prominent display behind the counter, and basically she asks if the shopkeeper has to deal with thieves often, and he's like, nah, that shotgun's there for killing people. But basically, the reason why this town works, even though murder is explicitly legal, that you could just kill anyone and there's no actual consequence for it, legally speaking, is because it's legal, but it's not socially acceptable. So what happens in the story is that Kino is accosted by another traveller that she had refused to carry the luggage for on the road because she wanted to get to her destination. She didn't want to mingle with a total stranger, which is understandable, really. But obviously this guy takes personal offence to this, so when he arrives in the country a couple of days later and catches up to her, he basically decides that, I'm going to shoot you and take your stuff, and that's legal in this country. So, so you either have to defend yourself or just die. But just as he's about to pull the trigger on his gun, he just gets mobbed. In the anime, he gets a crossbow bolt through his wrist, which makes him drop his gun, and then a second bolt pins his foot to the ground, and it's kind of horrifying. But you can't really sympathise with him. But basically, the entire town just turns against him and just take him out the equation, so to speak. And then it's just kind of explained. This is the reason why this society is so peaceable, because whilst murder is legal, it's not socially acceptable. So someone who comes around just to cause chaos and cause disorder, then they're not fit for that society. So everyone in that society carries out their legal right to kill someone. Yeah, I think that's more of just how the anime presents it. That it presents it like it's like a hive mind, but it's not really a hive mind. It's more of a case of that the entire society as a whole is so united by this one particular, it's a civic duty at that point. If we don't take this particular person out of the equation, he will single-handedly threaten the stability of this society. So it's kind of like a civic duty. It's pest control, and I think that's even what one of the people in that country describe it as. It's pest control. And one of the characters that Kino meets, who's an old man, his whole backstory is later revealed to be that he was one of the most prolific mass murderers in another country, and now he's just retired, and he basically runs a completely peaceful, successful. Well, not runs it, but he plays part to it. And then in the epilogue of that story, when Kino leaves that country, she meets another traveller, and he says, I left a country where you had to kill people just to survive, and I don't want to live a life like that anymore. So he asks Kino if the country she just came from is like that, and she says no, and I think you'll be very happy there, without really spoiling anything for him. So that guy in particular would actually be a perfect fit in that society, because whilst he killed people to survive and is no stranger to having to kill people, he doesn't want to. He would much rather live in a society where people are respectful towards each other. But because he's no stranger to death, he would probably still carry out the civic duty. But yeah, that's a bit of a tangent. The original reason why I brought up that series is because I feel that's a perfect example, a perfect rebuttal to the idea that a fictional universe needs to have a map drawn up to make it more interesting. I disagree. I think it actually, I think in the worst case, it can take away from it, because it takes away from the reader something that they could imagine themselves. You know, if you just give the reader breadcrumbs in the prose, like oh, today our heroes travelled west, you know, and they travelled through, you know, rolling hills with, you know, with verdant, rolling hills with verdant meadows and birds twittering the trees, you know, squirrels playing in the clearings, you know, lovely place. You know, you give them stuff like that and they will imagine that, and if they're so inclined, they'll pick up a pencil and draw a map with that landmark there. And then you say, well, after they got out of that area, they came across a big country with these magnificent walls made of marble, and, you know, and this country was, you know, ruled by a gracious king, blah blah blah. And then then they'll add that to their map. I mean, a lot of people will just imagine this. Not many people actually pick up a pencil or a pen and start drawing it as they read along. They'll just imagine it. So then you end up building this mental map. But because you're letting them imagine it themselves, they actually, in my opinion, it allows them to become more invested, because they're actually participating in the construction of that world. You know, you're giving them the instructions of where things are, relatively speaking, but you're ultimately leaving it up to the reader to construct it in their mind. Whereas if you then give them a map of what you think the world looks like, it's probably not going to match up with what they think the world's going to look like. And when you have that kind of dissonance, it can feel like to a reader, it can feel like you're being denied one of the luxuries of being a reader in the first place, being able to imagine stuff. I suppose it depends on how you want to do your story. If it's all told from the perspective of, say, a character, then it makes sense to not map it, or map based on their experience. Possibly. But I feel that, because another problem that I might have with fictional maps being drawn up is that if you look at like a world map, like an actual world map, you will always see stuff like listed on a map that you're like, oh, that sounds cool, and you never go there. Like, I mean, obviously this wouldn't really work for people who've never left their home country or never left their home county even, but if you've been anywhere in your country or been anywhere in the world, if you just retrace your steps for the last few years, you know, places you've been and the routes you possibly took to get there, if you remember those routes, you know, along the way, if you retrace those paths you took along the way, you'll see stuff that springs out to you, and you're like, oh, I didn't know that was there. Oh, I heard about this place, but I never went there. That's the problem that I would also have with fictional maps, because fictional maps will run the risk of introducing towns and places that the characters in the story just never visit. But because those things are listed on the map, it piques people's interest, and then they're kind of left a little bit disappointed. They're left wanting more. And if you have like a really detailed, very rich map, which if you're in the business of making a map, you're probably wanting to do that in the first place. But if you make a very detailed and rich map, but your story doesn't even cover like even 10% of the places that you put on that map, people are going to be left wanting more. And if you never deliver on that, they're going to then be left very disappointed. I mean, it's not a hard and fast rule. I just feel that there's a lot more to lose by including a drawn-up map for a fictional world. There's a lot more to lose doing that than there is to not doing that. You know, giving the reader the freedom to imagine stuff based on clues that they're given in the prose, you know, like the characters, you know, giving relative directions on and ideas on where stuff is. But yeah, that's kind of the problem with fictional maps, that if the map is too vast and too detailed and the scope of the story just doesn't visit even a fraction of it, you're going to leave people expecting like a sequel that'll explore those other places, and if that never materializes, they'll just be left very disappointed. Whereas if you then make a map that is catered to documenting everything that the story will ultimately depict, then that map might end up becoming quite sparse in detail. The happy medium, or like the workaround for that, is to make it a map that's hand-drawn by someone who is not a cartographer, such as the Girls' Last Tour example I came out with. where I believe it's Cheetah. It probably is Cheetah who's drawing the hand-drawn maps in Girls Last Tour, where those maps are completely useless as for actual navigation purposes. All they're really good for is just retracing the path that the girls take on their journey, and it pretty much only serves as that. It just serves as a record and a means for both characters to remind themselves of where they've been and kind of reminisce over how far they've come. And that's kind of the workaround for sparsely detailed maps. Just make it a map that's drawn by someone who is not a cartographer. But yeah, I mean, people have their preferences, and that goes for readers and that goes for authors. Like, some authors want to have like a very detailed map. Even before they start writing the story, they want to have a detailed world map, so they know where the characters are going and how far it is, and then they can make like realistic estimates on how quickly they could get somewhere and what dangers they might encounter. But other people are a lot more fluid because they feel that that's not nearly as important as just telling a good story. I mean, when you start looking at, like, you know, Lord of the Rings, it's obvious that that was constructed to be like the world was the world building was a key feature of the Lord of the Rings trilogy and all the books connected to it. You know, so the attention to detail there is actually one of the reasons why people love that series so much. But it's not the only fantasy story out there that, you know, that people, you know, applaud for its deep lore and, you know, and rich world building, and yet those universes don't have detailed maps. They'll just have like very general stuff. But anyway, I'm delaying too much, so let's get back to this. So, yeah, of course the other human nobles would join forces to get rid of Vanessa, because they did the same to Albert. They wanted Albert's territory, they wanted his power, they wanted everything from him. And then when they helped overthrow him and were rewarded, they were probably left still wanting more. And then when Vanessa started to earn the ire of a few church leaders, that was the end of her kingdom as well. Yep, that's a recurring theme. It's just treachery right down to the core. Indeed. Literally the moment the early access came out and I beat Tanya for the first time, that was when I realised, oh, are we the baddies? Luckily we're not actually the baddies. We are doing a solid. Right, costume change and we'll carry on. I think we'll rock out. I like the Midnight Kitty one, because it keeps a witch hat. I'm just going to say this briefly. The one thing that I wish that the devs had done when they were bringing out these new skins is that you'll notice that the Midnight Kitty wand is basically the default one, but just freshened up. I kind of wish that they brought the freshening up backwards to Nobeta's default outfit. And I believe it's this staff as well that has the example that I want to have. Yeah. You can just about see it. There's a glow. There's an emissive. Okay, there's a bit of fog here. But you can just about see a blue glow emanating from the crystal. That's not present in the default wand. And furthermore, the texture on this remains quite bright, even in dark areas. So it emits a fake glow, but it's also brighter. Not affected by ambient light as much. Whereas, and we'll bring it up as an example. Whereas as an example, you can see there is no fake glow, emission coming from her wand, and it's very dull looking in comparison. And if you go to like a dark area, it pretty much just kind of camouflages itself in the darkness. Okay, there's a bit of lighting on Nobeta still, but it doesn't feel like it's. Well, it's not so much it feels like it's something. It's more that visually it's just flatter. And I think the reason for that is because I think the default one just flat out doesn't use a emissive. Are you using like a... What device are you using? Heck, the bear costume also has a pretty bright emissive on the staff. And I kind of wish they brought these backwards to the default, which is a Dell laptop. Does it even meet the system requirements? But if it's black screening or something, because it also depends on the nature of the problem. Okay, so we got to wipe the seal next. Okay, so it counts the times that you die to a boss, but doesn't actually count your victories. Then again, can you fight them again? Do I want to fight one again? Maybe that's what the win condition is. Perfect victory, that you must kill every boss without dying once. That's probably what it is, and I don't think you can... No, and chances are that means you probably can't retry these. Run the game shows just black screen. If you have any kind of loader or mod installed, I'd first remove that, and then I'd verify game files. And if you've already done that, I would try probably just reinstalling the entire game, just deleting the entire game from your hard drive to reinstall it completely, because sometimes verifying just doesn't work. But if you have any kind of mods installed, I'd also drop that out, even if it's just a loader. Right, this is going to be long and boring. And she's going to have new moves, probably. Okay, they home in a little bit. That's a little bit different. It's not so much a new move now, is it? Might be better to just hold a spell until she does something. Yeah, we don't want her doing that. No, we don't want you doing that. We will eventually have to deal with whatever move she does, because we'll just run out of mana eventually. Yeah, it's a volcanic eruption theme, I guess. It's more or less more dark and moody, and also just red or pink, I guess, magenta even. Plus she gets the Enraged Armor's theme. Right, need to outpace these because they track. Which is interesting. Might actually make them easier to dodge. Not easier to dodge, easier to shoot. Yeah, we're going to have to get some distance on that. Okay. Nope, get away from me. Right, we're a third of the way through, but we're already out of mana. And we're now going to have to do some funky stuff. Can't afford to look away too long. Yeah, backing off. Nope. Stop. Jeez. Calm down. I'm going to do it again? No, it's just called the game devs don't think you're going to play like this. I'm sure you were in the stream when I talked about how I would improve the base game version of this boss fight. But basically it boils down to put a giant crystal in the middle of the map there. Just put the big blue mana refilling crystal right here. Just do that. Because it doesn't trivialize the game's difficulty. It makes it a very important, you know, location and feature on the map. But it also means you don't want to camp there too long, because if the seal does the does the area denial move, or just simply flies at you, you're going to have a bad time trying to camp there. I guess some people might be like, oh, but you could just stand there in melee and get like near infinite charges. So perhaps the solution would have been, it might have been something different. You know, maybe not put a big crystal there, but put them just slightly, just put them around the edge of the field where you can't actually reach them, but they're close enough that when you're stood on the arena, you can receive a charge from them. That would be another way to do it. And that would also mean that the cutscenes don't need to be adjusted or anything. You don't have to do any weird stuff like make that crystal appear for only the boss fight and then disappear for the cutscenes. What are you doing? Nope. Denied. We've got a good bit of mana, so we'll get back to our shooting now. Yeah, the big seal rant. The great rant of 2023. I think it was this year I made that rant. But it's just a case of the devs did not think that anyone would play the game the way that I play it. Which is fair enough. But I feel that the best way to like mitigate running out of mana once all the crystals are done is to maybe like put crystals just outside the arena in unreachable places, but still close enough. Still close enough that the I'm bad at talking whilst doing these jumps. But still close enough that you can stand within the range of them and receive charge. But you have to basically stand in a very specific spot. That was a good shot. No. You're not doing that attack. You can back off. I'm also not shooting these crystals as much when I really should be. That looked like a good shot. Yes, it was. Look at that mana. Just lighten it up. Fine. That looked like a good hit. Yes, it was. And I'd rather you didn't do that. Let's see what she's doing. She's coming at me. Okay, the claw move. I haven't really seen any new moves out of her. And I haven't really seen anything chained either. Now we'll back off. You know, for how big that crystal was, there wasn't that much mana in it. Now you do that. I'm going to go over here. What are you doing next? I'd rather you didn't do that one. We're out of mana. Might get this one squeaked out though. Yeah, no. Well, we're almost done. How much damage would I do if I just shoot her directly? Not very much, actually. Okay. Now that's a lot of mana. That should finish it. There we go. Okay, now we just gotta run for dear life. Oh, okay. Could have given me that earlier. Or signaled that I was gonna get that. Now, let's hope we can still do what we did before. No. Piss off. You ain't doing that. I guess she just teleports to you. No, I don't want to find out what that move is. Stun her once more. Then run for it. Little ways to go yet. Right, I need to get a charge. Okay. Can we still do the same thing as before? I'm concerned about that other move that she does. Because we don't know what that move actually does, because we haven't let her do it. But we're just going to have to do this, because we've run out of crystals. We've got the 3 next to us, but I'm going to wait until I'm out of mana for these. This is the downside of not leveling your int, or using any other spell, or even upgrading arcane. You know, that multi-shot would have done a lot of help. That would effectively double my damage output, so I would have actually killed the boss by now. Oh no. I think the trick is to keep baiting her into jumping so she won't do that other move. Maybe 2 more charges, which is going to take a little while. I wonder if you can buy mana crystals. Well, I know you can get the blue ones, so that would be enough. Alright, we'll just have to sit tight for a second. We're going to need about 40 mana, so we'll have to wait for it to regen. Yeah, we'll keep baiting her to jump. Okay, 25. Yeah, we'll start charging up. This should be it. There we go. And she puts the teleport where she drops. Okay. Let's find out the seal lore. No seal lore. Seal lore denied. Nonisa thinks that she's being nosy, asking someone what their job is. I was about to say, sounds primordial to me. I don't know how Nonita's been disrespectful, but maybe she's just covering her backside. Kind of figured there were multiple gods, but wasn't really that much. Well, in terms of human believed in gods. I mean, we know that the Bestians believed in multiple. Indeed, the plot thickens. Right, so we've beaten the seal. Doesn't that mean we only have Nonita to face? Should we have Nonita face herself? Persona style? Actually, we should trade for some items as well, shouldn't we? Yep, we got Nonita. Nonita's the last one. We should get some items. We don't really need any mana items for this fight because the boss basically acts as a mana well. So we've got defense crystals and health crystals, and that's about it. Defense crystals are cool and all, but we'll just go with health ones. Time to face yourself. I am thou, thou art me, we're a happy family. Let's go! Time to face yourself. I've said this like 5 times now. I've got to stop. Oh, this is going to throw me off so much! I forgot Nonita uses the dodge roll. This is going to throw me off so much. I might have actually made the boss fight harder, because Nonita's dodge roll does not cover the same distance. I might have made this harder than I thought it would be. Not that this boss fight's easy, but I have fought this boss so many times. Okay, a little bit of chip damage, but nothing to worry about. Okay. Yeah, we need to keep our distance, because Nobeta's dash moves further away from that attack and makes it possible for you to not take damage from the flame trails, but Nobeta can't do that. Ah, miss. Oh, Christ. Oh, is this a slow time? She slows down time. Maybe I should heal just in case. Oh, what a clutch! That would have ended badly for me if I weren't careful. Okay, so she slows down time. That's cool. I wonder if she does anything different in the other elemental phases. Okay, she's doing it this time. So that allows her to charge a lot faster because she's obviously enhancing her own move speed. So you get a lot less time to prepare. Ah, yes, nice shot. Let her come in for the next attack. There we go. That should cancel the melee attacks. Right, now we've got the parries. Let's try and scare her into switching to fire. Yep, that worked. I don't know why that works. I'm not going to question it. This time, instead of trying to stand in the midst of that explosion, we'll stand far away and do that. And we still missed. At least those explosions aren't quickened like Tanya's. Come along. What are you going to do? That'll do. Right, we're going to have Thunder next, so we need to get ready. Nah, shouldn't have done that swing. I would have been fine without doing that swing. Could you maybe start sprinting? Okay, stand closer to her so we have more room to get the fuck out of here. Right, that'll do it. Let our stamina regen. Okay. Full uninstall. Delete and reinstall didn't work. Well, I don't know what to suggest. Other than really weird stuff like running compatibility mode or something. Because I don't know if anyone else is having any trouble. Actually, we'll hold this. Oh, okay. I was wondering, why is it giving me a time? Because we're going to phase 2, so it's giving me a time update. I mentioned this earlier, but here you can see the 3 spirits all joining together as one. And that allows Nobeta to channel their power. Because up to this point, she's been using her own power. I mentioned this earlier when we were talking about how the different souls that Nobeta was carrying, she can't actually hear their thoughts. And it's because they've been separate the entire time. They have they might be the souls of characters we know, but they aren't directly communicating with her. And it's only up until this point when they actually started, working with her. And even now, they're not actually talking to her. Dang it. Run away! I'll watch those lightning bolts. Does the aren't you thing now. The jump scare ice. Heal time. There's no guarantee she won't do something else when she does these moves. No, I was going to do a shot, but I didn't want to get lasered. Now we'll outrun that. Okay, the punches are slow ones, which is an interesting choice. He loves using that move. I keep expecting to do something like arcane or fire. Nope, cancel that. She'll probably do it again anyway. Yeah, she's doing it. Yeah, sometimes she does that really quickly and sometimes she doesn't. It's a longer cast. I don't like trying to parry that move, but I really should. Nah, that was my bad. Now we're going to run away from that. And hopefully outrun it. Take this opportunity to do a safety heal. Jump scare ice. Still got a long ways to go. That was a fine shot. Okay, that's good. Oh, Christ, that was a combo and a half. I'll run this way. Okay, that's fine. Same story as before. outrunning that. I think I fired my I think I fired the fourth shot on beat. Ah, rips. Oh, I thought she was going to do ice just then. Oh, fuck. Buy some time. Okay, bought it. She doesn't stagger as much. Nope. Nope. Alright, okay. Saved by recoil. Now. Oh, come on. I dodged that. You know I did. Not ready. Not sure. Oh, it's this again. Right, one more hit should do it. There we go. Guess Nobeta really is the Little Witch. Ooh, what do we have here? Nobeta's already hassling her, saying like, hey, you need to act more like someone of your status. I knew that was coming. You need someone to you need a companion to be a foil. That's a relief. Nobeta was worried that they were going to have a fight right there and then, for real. Nice. Clear the trial tower mode, and we dropped once because getting too full of well, fell into habit on the night. Okay, so I did it with base stats. No upgrades. If you can load it. What happens if you load it? Does it go New Game Plus on your ass? Well, it's got a star, so it's probably got New Game Plus difficulty. And we get a different opening cutscene as well. Yeah, this time. 10 unlimited items, but the score will not be recorded. Oh, okay. Saving the practice mode will reset the magic battle score, but we'll keep the best score. Talk to NPC to unlock practice mode. Let's take it out of practice mode then. Whoops. Left stick being a bit funky. So, if we want to get a good score, we need to do a new run. Oh wait, no, we don't need to do a run. I was beginning to think it's just going to take back to main menu. Right, we've taken the training wheels off. Let's we've got 99 soul essence. I think we're going to start leveling this time. We've beaten the challenge, we've done it. We've done our first run through with base stats, no upgrades, and it was a good time. So now let's start cutting loose. Right, we've got exactly enough for absorption 2, so we'll do that. That's what we'll do. And we're going to do it all with best girl. Fight me. Fight me on this. Nonotera is best girl. Right, we'll go through them in order. Right, let's go. Stagger. Ah, missed my dodge. Is they have to start getting ready for his unique moves now. We're about to hit phase 2. There's that retaliation for stunning. No retaliation that time. Nope. Denied. That was too short. Okay, so he can't retaliate twice in a row. It's probably to keep you from locking him in a loop. Ah, missed my timing. Should, yeah, there we go. Retaliation. Stun. Shouldn't retaliate. Nope, no retaliation. Right, should retaliate. Yep. Shoot. Stun. No retaliation. Yeah, he can't chain his retaliations. Try harder. Retaliation. Retaliation? Yeah. No retaliation. Yes, retaliation. Almost. We could probably just finish off with a couple of shots. Parry kill. Let's go. Get farmed. Cool cats don't look at explosions. Okay. Next one is Tanya. We have a lot of soul essence to spend. Let's have a bigger circle. And yeah, we'll take a air dodge as well. And a double shot. And if we can afford it, a healing item. Yep, we can afford a healing item. Just in case. We're going to try and do this without dying. Because that's oh, we got unlocks, don't we? Okay, we'll switch out Nunata after this fight, whether I win or lose it. Rude. Imagine doing the laser eye beams at point blank. Missed. I think I'll die if I take one more hit. Retaliation. Cancel the charge. Get wrecked. You thought you were slick. Nice. New best time. That's good. That's good to see. Oh wait, no, that was... I don't know if that was the best time or not. No wait, it was the best time because I took about 9 minutes to beat this boss. First run. Right, what do we unlock next? Well, we got Monica next, so we should really get ice. We'll do 1 level of ice. Wind level 3 is... What was wind level 3? I can't remember what wind level 3 actually does. So, we do need fire, so we'll get fire. We'll just unlock the entire suite. And obviously grab a healing item as a backup. There we go. Well, we've got a little bit more essence left, so we may as well put it in something. I think we'll put it in arcane. Bit more time on our charges. Let's go. Right. Whoops. That'll do. There we go. Not bad. Right, next boss was Night. What's this one do? Oh, it's just records. Right, let's see. I have noticed now that you don't improve your stats. So if you're not good enough to beat the game with whatever stats that you have here, then yeah, you're going to struggle. But these stats feel quite balanced, I will say. Now, do I put another level in fire? We will need level 4 arcane eventually. We'll put another level in fire. Let's make absorption stronger. And we will buy one more healing item. I'm surprised they don't let you have the arcane crystals. It might be because of the fact that a lot of speedrunners have demonstrated how overpowered those can be when you know what you're doing with them. And I think the devs wanted to force people to actually fight the bosses and not stack arcane crystals and skip phases. Right, let's see how I can dodge. Let's see if I can dodge this move. Okay, he didn't do the leaping move, so I didn't want to actually use arcane. So we'll switch to fire now. Okay, he retaliates if you stun with absorption, so I need to be aware of that. Miss. gets really offended if you do that. See, that's how you do it. Wow. Wow, he just poised through that. Four. Two, three, four. One more should do it, but I'm just going to beat him to death now. Get destroyed. Fire is the secret. Alright, where do we spec next? We're facing Vanessa 1, so we're doing it in order. We ain't got enough to max out absorption, but we don't really need maxed out absorption, but arcane we can max out, so let's do that. Okay, so we used one item. Do we really need another level of ice? Not really, no. I think we're good. I think we'll have one more healing crystal. Take up one more healing crystal so that we keep a supply of those. Right, the strat here is to use pretty much arcane for the majority of it, because now we can triple shot. But we can also lightning, which also cancelled that dagger move. Keep an eye on her. Right, let's go. Well, they all did damage. That was a miss. Nope. Okay, we need a bit more mana. That gives us mana. Okay, we're doing that now. New move. There we go. Mistimed. Miss. Got lucky then. Job's a good one. Right. Seal next. Well, we could enhance Thunder. Don't really want level 3 fire just yet. We won't buy any crystals. We got 2, that's enough. Wait, no, it's not Seal yet. It's Vanessa 2. Ah, we'll do it. We'll keep doing it in order. Strange Strange that they didn't make Seal be the next in the list. Not that it matters. Nope. This is going to be weird doing this boss fight with Nunna's moveset. Probably need. Oof. Christ. I managed to parry that. Oh, Christ. Oh, for goodness sake. Not doing so hot. Really need to land these parries. Getting there. Oh, she got hit by the parry. I thought she was going to do a retaliation then. Ow. Got him. That was cutting it fine. Right. That last level of absorption. At this point, Thunder is pretty decent. The one boss that counts as Thunder has been beaten now, so can we buy a crystal? No, we can't. Okay. So we've got to fight the seal next. Oh, I forgot to change costumes, didn't I? Let's check out these costumes that we unlocked. Right, Clear Trial Tower, Bishop, and... oh, heck yeah! Let's go! We can play regular game with Nobeta. Nice. I like the little mask as well. Now that's a nice outfit. I like this. It's clearly, obviously, it's based on Tanya's costume, but it's nice and unique. It feels distinct from Tanya's costume. It's not just simply Tanya's outfit, but Nobeta's wearing it. It's got its own distinct feel to it. You know, like the nice little mask detail there. And let's not forget the staff. Let's have a look at that. Oh, it's got a rough cut look on the gemstone. That's nice. And obviously we got a church-like, a very churchy-ish, very churchy crucifix motif. Got some interesting runes on it as well. Yeah. Right, let's beat up the seal. Right. Ping. Miss. Charge out. Now that we can theoretically do triple the damage for our mana, this shouldn't take anywhere near as long. Gonna do the throw? Yep, you're gonna do the throw. I just saw a really big spider just run past my foot. He's just chilling next to my foot. Looks like a pretty standard garden variety spider, nothing to worry about. Right, that's 3/4. What are you going to do next? Okay, yep. Get that charge in. Very nice. Nope. We'll have to cancel that and just run. One more. Okay. Right, gotta remember to charge as soon as I can. Okay, I think that's not an option. Keep it staggered. Once more. Now we flee. Just in time to gut that mana. Already halfway through. The last threads just then. Nope. Denied. One more shot ought to do it. Get wrecked. Look at that. Shot her out of the sky. Nice. Now I'm curious. When it says little black kitty, little black cat, does it mean Noneta or does it mean Phyllis? Okay, it's Noneta. The only difference would have been the lack of a ribbon and different eye colour, which is actually evident in the art there. Obviously, the character is meant to be Noneta because of the connection to the ribbon. But the eye colour change is actually kind of a recent thing. Anyway. I think we'll finish up in Bishop. Right, we need to grab some stuff now. Anything that we might want. I mean, ice is pretty OP, but it can save our backside. Do I want... Yeah, I'll take that. We'll put the rest into... Yeah, we're going to play kind of risky, I guess, because I ain't got any souls left now. Unless I grind another boss. I don't really want to. I want to try and finish this. Let's go. Missed. Of course. My aim is bad. They've reduced the window in which Noneta can take staggers. That's one thing they've done. Okay, that's a third. I don't know how I didn't take any hits just then. Okay. Okay. Phase one done. Right, can we bring it home? At least I'm playing with Nobeta this time and not Noneta. Because playing with Noneta gives you Noneta's movesets, and her dodge roll isn't balanced for this fight. Right, what are you going to do next? Okay. Don't want anything to do with that. That was a bit of a mess. Just outrun these because I can't shoot them. Missed it. Saw that coming. Oh, come on. Oh yeah, max level absorption drags them in. Oh, it's unfortunate you can't seem to run the update. There may even be some sort of glitch or something, so you might be able to... They might make a patch or something. It depends on whether other people are having the same problem or not. That's a good parry. Keep an eye on the lightning force. Okay, we're fine. Right, what's the bear gonna do? Okay, he's gonna do a ground slam. GG. There we go. Queen costume unlocked. So, let's take a look at that costume. The only costume we haven't got is the one that you get for maxing everything out. Which we are going to get. So let's fight a boss that takes us not as much time to beat. So we can unlock all the magic. Start with the expensive stuff first. Yeah, okay. Well, it's not really enemy defeats that count, it's more parries. So we'll see if we can farm up some good parries on the soul armor and then we'll compare to another boss. Now, do you stun on thunder hits? No. Oh, that was a parry and you know it. Right, phase 2. Well, he dropped souls when he's defeated. So we've got about just shy of 300 now. We got about 60 left over. I think we had about 60 left over. Right, maxed out. Good. We'll fight Tanya next. Oh, I just noticed we're going in with less health. Ah, oh well. We've already done the perfect clear. So she doesn't stagger on that attack. That new move is quite elegant. The twirl and wind up has an elegance to it. Whoops. Now we need to touch a statue. Okay, so we have 306 now. We get our last level of thunder. Yep. Right, we'll touch the other statue, which I guess is the one that heals us. Doesn't heal us. Okay. Okay. I hadn't noticed that before. Well, it's kind of irrelevant. The goal here is to get all the magic leveled up so we can get the last costume. Is it me or is that parry pull actually really strong now? So I don't remember it being able to pull bosses in. Right, next part. I haven't really looked at this costume in detail yet, so we'll do that after this. Bit early. One more. No big deal. Right, let's take a good look at this. $387. Right, that's maxed. Got a couple more levels to go on that. Yeah, let's take a look. It's a little cape plit. There's a little cape plit on the back there. That's nice. That seems to be... I don't remember if Vanessa 1 has the cape plit on her outfit. So I'd hazard that this is more in reference to Vanessa 2, which is a nice touch. Yeah, this dress is very, very, very similar to Vanessa's outfit. Almost to the point it's kind of like... almost to the point you could make a... like a who wore it better meme out of it. Nobeta faces off against Vanessa 1, and Vanessa 1 is like, who the hell are you? And Nobeta is like, I'm you, but I'm cuter. think she's the next one. No, we're going to go through them in order. Now, let's fight Vanessa now. Just for the humour. The humour of both characters wearing basically the same outfit and being like, well, one of us is going to have to change. Nope, not yet. She's really liking that move. Yep, she's really liking that one. Now we'll save our mana, not use lightning for the time being. Get that stun lock in. She managed to get out of it though. Nah, we won't waste the mana. What are we doing? Yeah. Right, where is it coming from? Here you go. There. That's the strat. If it centers on you, just run away, then dodge into it. This one, just know the timing and just dodge outwards. Just sprint to the outer ring and dodge when it feels right. Oh. One more of those would actually finish her off. Casually over the shoulder one tapped her. Now we know who wore it better. But look at this wand though. It's it's just straight up a key. You know, Vanessa has like a keyblade, but Nobeta's wand is just a giant key. Unless the red part is the gemstone, this is unique in that it doesn't even have a conducting surface. It might be that the red part is, yeah, for lack of a better phrasing, where the magic comes out. I don't know, that's just a weird detail for me to pick up on. Doesn't really matter to anyone else. But that bag though. A few decorative gemstones on it without making it look tacky. Not gonna lie, it looks really designer. It's almost too Gucci. Anyway. Let's get those last bits of magic. Well, we might not get both levels. So I wasn't really parrying a whole lot in that fight. We should probably fight the knight now. Because we beelined to Vanessa 1 just because. But let's fight Vanessa now. Not Vanessa, fight the knight. Right. The important thing is to get it close to him as quickly as possible. Remember that fire is a fireball now, a delayed explosion. Don't want to accidentally myself. That would be the best time to do a fireball, when he does the pogo move. Nice. Some wall banging right there. Not really any soul essence game because I wasn't really doing any parries. Can't remember how much I needed. 270. Okay. Right, we haven't fought Vanessa 2, Seal, and Nobeta. Well, we have. We fought them twice now, but we haven't fought them a third time. Okay. Vanessa 2 is very tricky. Trickier than default. But now I'm almost fully powered up, so let's see how I manage now. Okay, she tracks crazy on that. So you can't just dodge through her because she'll just 180 around and hit you. Nah, I missed the parry. No big deal. I haven't actually tried parrying it at that range, so it's a guess at best. Let's go. Already phase 2? Jesus Christ, what damage was I doing? You must parry that move, because she will hit you with the second tick. Okay, she's doing that move now. I thought I died, so I was gonna... I should have died. Really. So I thought I died, so I was just gonna hit the pause so it skips the death animation. Well, 9 times out of 10 it skips. If anything breathes on me, I'm done for. Well, let's play it. Let's see where we go with it. Okay, that move. Going this way. Okay. There. Okay, I'm lucky. I am lucky, but that was also unlucky. That was messier than my previous attempts, you know, with less stuff. Less spells available, and I did better. Right, we got 429, so we can now finish up getting magic. Okay, one more. Weren't really keeping tabs on how many I actually had. We kind of need a healing crystal. We're going to go into... Actually, no, we don't, because we're going to fight the seal next. We'll heal from the crystals scattered around the arena. The seal doesn't really hit us. Ah, my bad. I think we got most of them. Nice. That's some nice sweet mana right there. Nah, we're doing pretty fine on mana. We don't need to wait on it. Nope, no thank you. Almost finished already. This is why you don't sleep on Arcane. What a shot. Right, phase 2. Nice. Got an instant charge from beating the boss earlier and not collecting the mana before the teleport. Got to drop down next. We've got this, so we can use this. I don't know what that move does. Oh, just teleports to where you were. Alright, so I guess we're going to have to do a loop later. Nope, denied. few more paces to go. Just about broke that crystal. We should finish this here. Yeah. Right. It's 370, weren't it, that we needed? I don't really pay attention to numbers. Whoops. 360, just about. Right, that should do it. Unlock costume. Rook, let's go. This is by far the most unique outfit out of the three. You know, Tanya's costume, or the costume based on Tanya, is strongly inspired by her look, but still manages to give it a unique flair that fits Nobeta. Vanessa's dress is pretty much just a one-to-one recreation. This, on the other hand, oh, there's some nice little capelet physics going on as well, which made me realise there isn't actually many costumes, DLC costumes or unlockable costumes, that have long capes. It's really only the default witch outfit that has a proper cape. This also has wobbly ears, which is a nice touch. Let's get a closer look, if we can manage it. So, got a little eye patch to reference Monica. I do like that capelet, how it's got these, how the tails are actually reminiscent of rabbit paws. That's a nice detail. Also, isn't this like the only outfit we've got so far that has a hood? I think it is. Let's take a look at that staff. Oh. Considering we were talking about a lack of like sword type magic staves, this is a pretty viable melee weapon. You know, pretty much an axe, really. Well, it's a spear and an axe. Then again, it wouldn't really be that good as a spear, because technically has 2 points, so it's more of an axe or a bladed stick. So that would definitely hurt if you hit someone with it. Also, like that the pommel is also a gemstone, and a very pointy one at that. So despite its cool magical appearance, this is probably the most violent melee weapon out of all the costumes. But then again, that Reaper scythe from the PS4 exclusive costume, I mean, it's a scythe. You can't really argue with that. But anyway, let's look at the rest of the outfit. I know a lot of people online were big fans of the bare midriff. Quite a bold choice, if I say so myself. Thank goodness for shorts, because that is a very, very short hem. One thing that is quite interesting though is that despite this being a Monica themed outfit, there's still an abundance of ribbons, which seems a bit more reminiscent of Tanya. I mean, heck, the hem of that jacket is pretty much just ruffled like Tanya's pajamas. Anyway, I'm rambling too much now. let's go fight Nonata again. Actual fact, I might fight her twice because I want to fight her with well, our Nonata now. Come on then. Ah, mistimed it. No, cancel. We need fire now. There you are. Ah, works for me. Away. Ah, thought I had that shot. Right, phase 2. Keep missing that parry. There we go. Now another reason why I want to fight with our Nonata is because she has her original moveset, which actually makes it harder because her dodge roll has a shorter range. So it's fresh. It's a fresh challenge to me. Now let's try not to drop it on this first move. Not sure if I'll charge this in time. Oh, it's going to come close. Just about. Got a bit of shit damage, but nothing to worry about. Yeah, that short range roll right there. Right, we're going to do the slam. Okay. Now this is doing the lightning balls. Oh. think I've basically done everything. Except run through it for real. Take it off practice mode. Seems it went into practice mode after I beat it a second time. But I think I'll pick it up another time, see if I can get a better time overall. I might even start a new file to see if I can try and set a good time for doing a run with basically no upgrades. So our best time so far is 44.68, but that's probably with upgrades. Well, it would be, because we had we would take half as long on certain bosses. But yeah, that was the content, the update. Unlocked all the costumes, which I'm happy about. Both DLC and free update skins. The lore, though, I mean, I'm not going to run through it now because I've been streaming for quite some time. But the additional lore that we've picked up, some of it is just simply recapping what the mangas teach us. But some of it also reiterates and expands upon certain details that the manga chapters don't really go over. And furthermore, there's also some information being relayed that at the moment, at least unless they added it, I don't think they did. But let's take a look real quick. Unless they added the cat chapter, then no, we haven't got the extra chapter from the cat. So we've got information in the tower trials that is exclusively only found in the cat's manga chapter. So it's nice that they've included that in some of the dialogue in the update, so anyone who's interested in the lore can at least be up to date. But it's there. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I speculated as we went through some of the cutscenes. Also went on some really weird tangents. But when I saw the trailer for this announcement, when I saw the trailer for this new update coming out, even though the trailer showed that there was going to be some really interesting discussion about the lore and all that, I still made it a point of keeping my expectations low, and basically I just kind of repeated to myself all the way up until this point, they could release a DLC or a free update where Nobeta and Nonita do absolutely nothing except have a tea party, and it would still be a great update. And yeah, I still believe that would be true, because their interactions are always good. And they didn't really get enough screen time together in the main game for obvious reasons, so this update really scratches that itch, really fulfills that wish to have those two actually talk to each other. I like the way that the update's content ends, that the story ends. You know, obviously they finish training for the time being and they return back to the normal world and pretty much set their goal on fighting the church, because evidently the church is still active. We don't know just how much they are still active. However, since it's been established that Oaken Shrine and the rest of the facility that we explore in this game was just outright abandoned by the church, it pretty much rules out that the church collapsed underneath its own weight, that what we're seeing in Oaken Shrine is an exception, not the rule. That the church hasn't already died out, it is still very much around and still very much doing horrible things. So, I wonder what the devs plan to do next, because I mean, I'm not expecting them to come out with anything to do with game content or anything like that for a very long time now, because if anything, this could very well be the last game update beyond bug fixes. Just about just about coincides with the 1 year anniversary of the game's release, so I'd say this is a fairly good point to leave the story off and just kind of, yeah, leave the game. Leave the game as it stands. Any further story that we could explore would probably be better kept underneath someone's hat and worked on for like a sequel or something. I'm looking forward to see what more comes out of it. We might get more manga chapters, but yeah, you agree, Alza. Feels like that would be the case. But considering this was a free update, like what we got out of this, I mean, yeah, some people will be like, well, it's just a boss rush mode, but we got skins out of this. We got free unlockable skins that just come for free, and all you have to do is just beat some of the challenges. And unlike the absorb 30,000 soul essence challenge, which wasn't actually soul essence, it was mana points. You need to absorb 30,000 damage points basically. Unlike that, the challenges set down for these skins were very doable. It took me a while to notice, but they don't allow you to increase your stats in the tower trial, which makes sense for a lot of reasons. It's meant to be a trial, so you're meant to be challenged. You're meant to be limited in what you have available to you. So I imagine a lot of people are having a tough time with how the stats are set, because the stats, they're generous in a way, but they're not like hand-holdy. If you consistently mess up, you're just gonna get dropped. But if you mess up occasionally, it's not too much of a pressure. So it's generous in that regard, that if you're capable, if you're used to playing the game as if any hit could kill you, you're gonna find this pretty easy. But those new moves, that was they didn't have to do that, but they did. And I appreciate it. Vanessa 1 feels like such a good fight, and I kind of hope that they eventually roll these changes into the main game, because I think Vanessa 1's changes in the tower trial need to be put to her original appearance in the game, because her boss fight in the main game is a little bit easy, considering it's a halfway boss. For the halfway point in the entire game, she is a lot easier compared to Monica, whereas the changes that she receives in Tower Trial actually make her a lot more tricky and a lot more challenging. It's the boss fight that Vanessa deserved. And the changes to Vanessa 2, I don't think Vanessa 2 needs any changes in the main game. I think she's balanced just right. But the changes to how she fights and her tempo, I don't know, it might be just a case of, because it's a different tempo, it feels more difficult. Or it might just be that it is actually more difficult because of how the moves are set out. I'm kind of losing my train of thought. Need to hydrate more, that's what I need to do. But yeah, Vanessa 2 in main game, never really had any issue with how she's designed. She feels suitably balanced for where you are in the game for when you fight her. Even if you're over leveled on your stats, she still puts up quite a fight. But the changes in Vanessa 2, they aren't that drastic compared to Vanessa 1. So I wouldn't be upset if they weren't rolled into the main game. But I don't know, I think overall I would like to see some of these new moves, the new moves that the bosses do, rolled into the main game. But I wouldn't be upset if they didn't do that, because obviously if I want to fight the bosses with the new moves, there's this whole boss rush mode that I can just load into, and I can just go straight to fighting the boss. So it's not like it's gate kept or anything like that. It's not like you have to beat half the game just to get to Vanessa 1, you know, like in the main game. You know, if you want to fight a certain boss before this update, you had to pretty much play the entire game and then keep a save file at that boss fight. And then just simply return to the statue anytime you beat that boss so it doesn't trigger the cutscene. So, considering it's a free update, there's a lot that you got out of it. Free skins to unlock with perfectly doable objectives that you're just gonna do through the natural course of playing it. You know, like getting all the spells, you know, unlocked. You're gonna do that anyway. Just clearing the darn thing, you're gonna do that. The only thing you might struggle with is the perfect clear challenge. You know, and I might have got that on my first run had I not, you know, fell into a habit on the night fight, but that was just, yeah, well, like I said, it was habit. But once I wisened up to that, it was fine. I still find it funny that the knight is just called Knight. You know, no other descriptive name. You know, I think even Basement Knight is a cooler name than just being called Knight. But there you go. We didn't get any seal lore. I thought we were going to get some seal lore, and we didn't. So the seal is just not that important, I guess. I guess we don't need to know who or what the seal actually is. So anything we've speculated thus far is probably the most we're going to get. Which is a bit weird, because the seal's quite a memorable boss. Despite not being a true, you know, boss with, like, you know, big health bar and name. You know, granted in the tower trial she's treated like a proper boss. But in the main game she's like she's like an elite. She's a mini boss. Kind of a set piece as well. But yeah, we just don't really get any information about her, which is kind of strange because she's quite iconic, you know, similar to with the Knight. You know, the Knight's quite an iconic looking boss. I mean, way back when the game was, before the game came out officially, you know, they teased the fight with the Knight, and I thought that this was going to be like an elite mob, kind of like the giant scissor dolls, you know, that you occasionally meet them over the course of the game. And I kind of hoped that there would be. I mean, I remember the comment I made on the trailer saying I can't wait to get ganked by two of these guys, and I still want to see that. It would probably be impossible knowing what the moveset is now. Probably be impossible to beat two of them at the same time. Especially if they have the health that one has. So yeah. Evidently I bought the paid DLC skins, so I looked through them whilst we were going through the first run through the tower trial. I think they were money well spent. They seem to always knock it out the park with their alternate costumes. Every time, just absolutely knocks it out the park. But I think going forward, I'm going to be playing through the game with the little black cat skin, because that's just Nonata. Best girl, fight me. From this point forward, I'm probably just going to be playing as Nonata. Anytime I stream, I'll be Nonata. Anyway, I've said anyway about 400 times. I'm gonna call it. Probably get some sleep. Thanks for sticking with the stream. I'm sorry that you've been having problems, Elsa. I mean, I hope that hope you're able to get the update working eventually. But I'm not really sure what to suggest, because if you've done a verify and a reinstall and it still ain't working, yeah, you get to see the update. but it's not the same as playing it. That's what I'm thinking, at least. So I hope it does get resolved. That you either figure out something, or maybe a patch comes out, because maybe you're not the only one. But I don't know. The solution is to buy a PC. I mean, yeah. You don't even need to get like a powerful PC. You know, the PC I'm running, I hand built in 2015 to coincide with the release of Fallout 4. Fallout 4 wasn't a particularly great game, but the PC's amazing, and to this day it still kills everything I throw at it. The only things it's had changed since then is a new power supply unit and a switch over from a platter to a SSD for my primary drive. You know, all my games are still installed on hard disk drives, which is going to have to change eventually, because I'm seeing a lot of games coming out that are basically requiring SSDs in order to run properly, such as Starfield. So if and when I eventually start playing more modern, cutting-edge games, I'll have to start installing things onto more modern hardware. But yeah, this PC of mine, you know, nowadays it's outclassed by any like gamer rig that you can get, but it still plays this game just fine. So you could probably find yourself a pretty good deal out there. You know, a cheap PC that will handle this no problem. But I understand if people aren't really in the market to be buying a whole ass computer just to play a Little Witch Nobeta game. Well, I'm going to end the stream so the VOD can go live, and that means that anyone who also wants to see what the content entails, they can go ahead and do that. Yep, good night.